Cliff. Somebody. Fuck. Oops.
Hi, everybody. Is anybody talking? Nobody's talking. Okay, I can hear you. That's all I wanted to make sure.
I've been muted the whole time.
You look naked in your picture.
Wow. That's fascinating.
It is. What are we doing? What music are we doing? We haven't done like the little fucking the piano music in a while.
You know, the piano music hasn't felt relevant in a fucking while.
It still doesn't, but let's do it.
Look, yes. Let's just put this in here. Peace.
Megan, I updated the spelling of Kay's name in the journal.
I appreciate it.
This is my first stream from upstairs in a long time.
Since I helped you find Cookie Nut, then can you please help me find... Oh, actually, I know who could be my spare. That's right. Hey, Pants. And if I can't find him...
Yeah, mascara. That's what's missing. There.
Heathcliff!
My love, my darling. This fucking piano music's 100% not the vibe.
I'll put the usual on. I'll put Moody on.
You're all ready, right?
Yeah. Think of it.
Any secrets, that's fine.
Okay. So, like, why didn't the chat message play when Heathcliff resubscribed is what I want to know.
Oh.
He's gonna have to shower tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yeah, dirty boy.
Dirty, dirty.
Oh, wait. What, did you take my black lipstick?
Not this time.
Heathcliff, why do you have so many awful twerking animations?
Well, I don't see anything awful. Where was the awful one at?
The hot dog, just no.
I don't see anything awful.
Sure, buddy. There it is.
That's kind of a bummer. Oh, that's really a bummer. Apparently, so they have that's still my favorite.
Me too.
John, 37 months. See, there's a message that's supposed to be playing, right? And it's not, and it's making me sad.
What the so-and-so has...
Yeah, so it's supposed to look like this, though.
Mm-hmm.
It's an announcement. They got a new announcement. They got a new announcement command.
I didn't get my announcement. I want my money back.
Bitch.
Actually, you're the only one that got it because I copied your message directly. So, nah, I'm keeping your money. Sin, 24 months. Hold on, everybody. We'll start in 1 sec. I'm just updating the commands because if they're broken did now, then I don't want them. I had green announcement colors for anybody who subscribed on Twitch. And I had purple announcement colors for anybody who bought Stream Loot stuff. And apparently, I'm guessing Twitch doesn't allow slash commands in automated messages, which I could see why they would do that. Actually, I can't see why they would do that, because you can automate banning people and shit. Like if someone does something, you can have like it purge commands with, you know, slash clear and all that. So I will have to figure this one out, because that makes me a sad, sad boy.
Technical difficulties are our middle name.
It's not really a tough technical difficulty. This is just a Twitch being a bitch difficulty. Hey, let's switch over. Oh, I'm gonna have to adjust my camera and shit now. I look all out of frame and tiny.
So small.
I do. That'll do for now. Hey everybody. Welcome to episode 55. So I have I'm in a new area here, so my voice is a little bit echoey. I can hear it. I apologize. I'm gonna get some stuff for the walls where it won't sound quite so baritone and echoey in here. Table of Fate is back on the docket. So you guys can play Table of Fate cards. They will work. I updated it slightly. I removed the wealth roll option, so that way you won't get a wealth roll Table of Fate, which seems like it's useless to even have. Hey, with Heathcliff's purchase of Streamloots packs, we are only 10 packs away from hitting the goal where we're gonna give away some shirt. We'll see what we're gonna do with it. Maybe make something new and give it away, or give away one of the current ones, or we'll just let you choose. But we're 10 away from that, so over there. What else was there? That's pretty much it. I cleaned up things. I cleaned up the Table of Fate interactions. So removed some of the shit that we don't use very often, like wealth rolls and different things. There's a flash discount. Apparently, if you want to buy Streamloots cards right now, use "this is a discount" is a discount code, and you will get a discount. Streamloots do things. So there's that, and I think that's all I have. That's all I have right now. So who's doing recap, Allie?
Oh, the face.
Well, it sounds like you're saying I get to pick who's doing recap. And so, since I know Megan just went and watched the stream on 2x speed sometime after 4 o'clock.
No.
Well, then you lied to me.
What I'm saying is no, I don't want to do it. But yes, it literally finished at like 7:50.
Well, I mean,
Seriously, not much happened. You almost died and Tal almost died, and shouldn't you be the one to say this?
that's, I guess. Yeah, so started off the episode with Sin is frozen and he looks like he's dead right now. Sorry, distraction. That's not how we started off the episode. We started off the episode, really, John? Started off the episode surrounded by fish goblins, and with the silhouette of Felix. Turns out that Felix is maybe not dead. He showed up back at the settlement, trying to convince everybody that he is who he says he is. X is like, nah, I'm gonna kill him. I don't trust this guy. Didn't like him when he was alive the first time. He's gonna die. Yeah, and then, like Megan said, Sophie, couple of wounds. It was like 14 at once, I think. No big deal.
Like that.
Nothing major. Tal decides, no, Sophie can't die. She can have my life essence. We're still in trouble for that, mister. Yeah, and then, I I don't really know. We are trying to see if Cal and Sophie get to be alive. Because, if Cal gets some of his life essence back, does that mean... Does Sophie still stay alive? If Cal dies, does his life essence stay? Or does Sophie die still? Big things happening. But other than that, I have no idea what happened last session.
Lish, lish, lish.
Huh?
The way you said last session was like lish, lish, lish.
I haven't even started drinking yet. So I lied to you all. I said I was going to be drunk before stream started. I was wrong. I haven't even started
bring
yet.
my tequila up.
Oh, tequila.
Gotta send a text to Jeff.
Yes.
So that was the most abridged recap ever. Does anybody want to highlight anything that their characters did or anything that they feel may be noteworthy?
I hope you're not talking to me because I have no idea.
I'm talking to everybody, literally everybody.
You got something to say, Sin?
Felix sure did a bunch of punching.
I don't know.
Someone
I
with
tried
true goblins.
saying it earlier, and I guess it didn't register. So
It's registered now. What you won't say?
we kind of went to war. I don't know if that was important or not.
Okay, listen. I am bad at remembering things. It was a very brain-intensive...
Hold on. You're bad at remembering the entire episode? Like, literally 90% of the episode was the fight, and then 10% was the drama at the end.
Oh, yeah,
if
that
we could
mass
even say
battle
10%.
mechanic that we did. Oh, yeah.
Here we go.
Yeah, we did that. That was the thing that happened. The look of stress on Cliff's face.
I remembered it, Cliff. I loved it.
Yeah, and Ava was our leader. We did a lot of nice fighting. Felix is very confused. It's great. Why is he still naked? No one knows.
No one's surprised.
No one's surprised.
Yeah, that's the
No,
most-
we've been busy.
That's the most regular thing that's going on at the moment.
Mm-hmm. Not even noteworthy at this point. Oh,
Mm-mm.
there's
Right.
Felix.
If Felix was wearing
That's-
clothes, that would be
Clothes.
worth
Yeah.
noticing. Okay. So, yeah, I guess based on that that recap, that the players just want to get into tonight's session. They don't want to dilly-dally. They don't want to wait around at all. Another thing that was kind of glossed over here is Tao had no essence left and decided to give his life essence to Sophie, which means that he had to roll a save for basically siphoning essence he doesn't have, and he rolled poorly. And if he was able to get 6 wounds, he would have gotten 6 wounds. So he basically gave all of his life to bring Sophie's bitch ass back. And at the end of the session, Sophie is like telling Professor Davies, like, you have to bring him back. We have to have him, whatever you got to do it. If you need to take it back out of me, do it. If it kills me, do it. She got Ava's blessing on this, and Professor Davies explains to her that this is going to be dangerous to do. He doesn't know what'll happen if this goes bad. So he asked if anybody had any energy back after the massive war that happened last episode, and that lasted like almost 2 hours straight in real time. And we're talking about normal battles are within like a minute they happen. This was like 2-hour war that broke out. And everybody was understandably tapped at this point, tired, exhausted, wounded, and nobody really had any juice left to be able to give except Felix, who volunteered to give some juice, and Sophie. Because of this, the two of them held hands, they touched Tal, and Professor Davies began attempting to reverse the effects by channeling Sophie's essence, who was fully healed, fully recharged as a result of what Tal did, and using Felix as sort of a conduit to balance things out. He starts drawing on his notepad and beginning this process of essentially slowly peeling back the layers of life essence from Sophie and giving them back to Tal slowly enough that Tal could come back, but so it didn't just drop Sophie dead on the spot. I had a discussion with John about this, and he had an idea about rolling it off camera, which I did. And the reason I did it this way was to plan how things were going to go. And so Professor Davies begins writing out on his notebook, and these runes start to glow. And as he starts motioning and moving things around, Sophie, you start to feel flush, you feel heat. Your eyes begin to glow that purple color again. As she starts heating up, Felix, you're feeling her hand in yours and the heat coming from her, and it almost becomes painful. And you start to feel yourself growing weak. You start to feel yourself getting cold. You can feel the embers that were burning on your face begin to smolder out, and the flame that was inside of you begins to die down. You are feeling the essence being pulled from your body as this fire is being stoked into Sophie. Go ahead, X, are you around this area here?
Yep, right behind Felix.
Okay. Give me a notice roll.
Like right behind me.
Right there.
With the fucking knife. He's ready.
He's more.
Focused all on Felix.
Yeah.
So, one of Sophie's eyes is purple, and the other one begins to turn like an orangish color. And Sophie, you are feeling this fighting force of essence inside your body. And as Professor Davies is doing this, you're seeing his face begin to twist a little bit and wince as he is trying to maintain what is going on here. And he drags his pen strugglingly off the pad, and he starts writing in midair as you're seeing these runes appear in the air for a second before they disappear. And he's writing these runes, and he's circling different areas and connecting, and he's moving things, and he's taking equations that he wrote and he's moving them to other areas. And as he's doing this, Felix, you're feeling yourself getting colder and colder. Sophie, you feel yourself getting warmer and warmer. Felix, go ahead and give me a vigor roll, please. Felix drops to his knees in pain. As this is being pulled through, barely able to struggle through it, he finds his way back to his feet as you're seeing his arm begin to shake. Sophie at this point is starting to resemble what Tal looked like that one night. She is off the ground, floating there. Bursts of energy are coming off of her half of her glowing in purple, half of her glowing in orange. And Professor Davies breaks out in this sweat, and he's saying, I don't know if this is going to be enough energy to do this. Sophie, I need you to concentrate. Sophie, go ahead and give me a spellcasting roll, please.
Double sixes.
Sophie closes her eyes and begins to focus on what's going on. And as she does, he starts to write even more feverishly in the air. He's writing pages and pages and pages worth of information in the air, just almost in a trance. And as he does, you start to see Tal's veins start to glow that purple. You start to see those cracks appear on his skin as the energy goes through. And there is a burst of energy. And as this energy erupts out, Sophie hits the ground, Felix hits the ground, Professor Davies hits the ground.
And then what happens?
Oh, are we anxious?
Oh, not at all. Why would I be?
I just sent everybody a chat message.
Oh, shit.
And after a second, you start to see Tal move a little bit. Sophie is still laying there with her eyes closed. She looks unconscious, but she's breathing. Felix, as you look over, you see Tal begin to move a little bit. You see Sophie doing these like deep staggered breaths. And Professor Davies, he sits there searching around, grabs his glasses, puts them on. He's like, I think it worked, but just barely. Mechanically speaking, Sophie, you have 2 wounds. Tal, you have 1 wound.
And am I still double fatigued?
No, you can get rid of that now. And at this point, the other aberrant kind of move around, and Ava kind of runs in, and she's standing in between Tal and Felix, and she looks down at Tal, and she's like grabbing his face and like trying to get him to look at her, and he's like, Are you okay?
Where's Sophie?
She just gestures over to your right. She's like, she's gonna be okay thanks to you, and thanks to Professor Davies and Felix too. We need to have a discussion about whatever is going on right now. But she looks back at X, who's still standing vigilant behind Felix, like, but that'll have to wait at least a little while we figure out what happened here.
He just very weakly reaches out a hand until he can grab Sophie's hand, and then he just kind of lays back and closes his eyes. That's it.
All right. What's Felix do in this moment?
Felix is just kind of like out of breath and white in the face as he's been very physically drained from this. And he's just relieved that both Sophie and Tal are okay. And then it starts to set in that he's naked.
Aw.
And that he knows that X is directly behind him waiting for any false moves. And he's just like, can I go put on pants now?
You're not moving. Stay here.
Can you have somebody bring me pants?
X looks around to like the closest person.
Or a fucking blanket.
Get a rag or something for him.
Nods and runs off.
X is gonna go back downstairs and try to see if everyone's okay.
Okay.
And grabs like Willow by the wrist and brings her with him.
So you're leaving Felix to go see what's going on. Okay.
Yep.
So Felix, now that your chaperone is gone, what are you gonna do?
He's just gonna wait for the person that is supposedly bringing him a blanket or something to cover himself with. And he's not gonna move.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, after 30 seconds, maybe a minute at most, someone comes by and they throw you a pair of gray sweatpants.
Okay. Puts him on and just sits right back down where he was. Looking, just like head in his hands, just trying to stable himself. And he's just, I'm just so glad you guys are okay.
Professor Davies at this time gets up and he's kind of looking at the writing that he had in the air that is like dissipating. And he just kind of looks down at everybody. And he just kind of nods and he turns around and walks back into the fray of everybody. And you're starting to see people moving around and people that are clearly injured and people running over to attend to them. And as you're looking around at what's going on here, you're starting to see the damages that went through where a lot of your supplies were destroyed, whether it be food or building materials, crates, some of the lean-tos and like huts that have been built throughout the days that you guys have been up here have been battered, some destroyed. X, as you head downstairs and see what's going on, I mean, you see that there are a few people that were hurt pretty bad in it. Not a lot of casualties given everything that's going on and given the fact that you acted as fast as you did to get down there. But there's definitely been a lot of injuries that have happened with this.
Were you keeping in mind the card I played at the end of last session?
Yes.
Just making sure.
Yep. I want all players. Go ahead and roll me a D12, please. 11, 36. Okay. This new keyboard I have, it doesn't have the calculator button on it like my old one does, and it makes me very sad.
Oh. Oh, hey, mine has a button like that. I mean, I know my keyboard.
All in all, as you are assessing what's going on, there are about 54 people that have been injured in some way during this fray. Most of them not too serious because of the actions that you guys did, but there are going to be a few people that are out of commission for a little while. And
everyone on a downstairs. X is gonna try to like one by one evaluate them before he sends them back upstairs.
yeah, and by the time you get down there, I mean, there's already doctors that are down there that are attending to people, and you know, as you come by and start looking at everything, they're like, you know, we're good down here. We can't assess any of the essence issues. We're not trained for that, but as far as just regular medicine goes, I mean, we can handle this here as long as we still got the supplies upstairs.
Okay. And would Echo be down here in this group?
Echo would have been up probably with the aberrant and Kurish more than anything. But I mean, you could say that you've seen her at some point along the way.
Yeah, X is gonna try to grab her along with Willow. I need to have a talk with both of you. X starts heading down another floor.
Yeah, they follow you down. You can't go down another floor because we said that everybody was like at the water level, basically, is where this all took place. Unless you actually mean going underwater.
I thought they were breaking in at the water level. I thought we put them down one floor too.
You pushed them down as far as they could get to get away from everything that was going on there. And then they did break through the bottom. That's why they were getting to everybody so quickly. Was because of the fact that they were more towards the bottom. But you can go to a secluded area, sure.
Yeah. Mental arena was off. Yeah, just Dex will look around, make sure everything's clear and there's no one else around.
Sure, give me a notice roll. Perfect. Not a soul in sight.
Like opens two doors and just hits the wall and slides down. I made a promise to both of you. Now I need you both to promise to me.
Okay, what's up?
Felix is back somehow. And I don't trust it. I was standing over the guy, he barely recognizable, holes covering his entire body. Then he was dragged off underwater. Something's not right. I promised you both I would protect you. I still am keeping my word to that. But you both promised me that until I figure this out, you need to stay away from him. Or whatever that thing is.
Willow kind of looks over at Echo for a second. Why don't we just, I don't know, like, slit his throat in his sleep or something?
That I had my chance to get rid of him. But the way he acts, the way he uses his essence, there's a part of him in it. I need to figure out what happened. Maybe the seer, Echo, maybe you can peer in, but I don't know.
I mean, if he has any memories of what happened, then we can try to do that. You could also have one of the seers or someone who's more adept towards healing to check him out, see if it's really him.
That's the plan, but everyone is on the brink of exhaustion up there, and he said that he still has some energy, and that scares me a little. If no one's able to do something and he still has some energy to kick people around, I need to make sure you two are safe.
Yeah, I'll go talk to some people and see what I can do. I don't know how much help I would be other than that, but I'll definitely keep an eye out on him.
That's fine. I'm gonna get working on this as soon as I get some rest. And he like struggles back to his feet.
And
Slowly walks over to both of them. I know this is gonna be easy for you. And he like looks over at Willow. Looks over at Echo. Promise me.
Echo just like, I promise. And Willow's like, I promise. So long as, if we find out it's not him, that you do something about it.
Yeah. I'll make sure it's taken care of.
Then yeah, I promise.
X starts walking past both of them and like puts a hand on each of their heads and ruffles their hair a little bit.
Willow starts to follow behind. And Echo's like, Willow, let's not slit any throats here. And Willow kind of just throws her hand up. She goes, no promises.
X will just walk away with the thumbs up.
After about 20 minutes, as you're sitting there, Felix, Tal, are you still laying there this whole time?
The way I figure, it's hard to move right now. So if anybody's helping him, yeah, yeah, he'll go wherever they're taking him. But otherwise, yeah, he's just laying there.
Okay. Yeah, no one's helping you. They, everybody's tending to everything else that's going on, and you're there with your people, so they're not bothering you at all.
Three of us are just here like,
Stepping over you.
fuck.
Yeah, walking around mostly, but yeah. So after about 20 minutes or so, Sophie comes to. And Sophie, as you open your eyes, the first thing you see is Tal just laying there on his back, just sort of looking up at the sky. And then Felix sitting there next to Tal, looking at both of you, wearing nothing but gray sweatpants.
We check on Tal. The first thing Sophie's gonna want to do is see if Tal's okay. So, probably in a bit of panic. Tal, are you okay? Just get up, try to probably fall over trying to move so fast. Get up to check on Tal.
Yeah, give me a vigor roll.
Oh.
It's too quick. Everyone hears snap.
Yeah, I mean, putting your thoughts and worry of Tal before yourself, you just spring up. And as you, like, go over towards Tal, like, lean on him, like, if you were to, like, lean and touch him anywhere, like, he's just hurt. Like, his whole body's aching.
Hi.
I don't even know what to say. What? And I'm not sure if that's me or if that's Sophie, but like knowing what to say in this moment, knowing what Tal did. You can't do that.
Do what?
You can't not be okay. We need you, and you cannot leave me.
Well, you can't leave me. I just lost Felix, seemingly. And then you were leaving me.
Felix's face is just contorted in confusion.
You should really take cover when spears are being thrown at you.
We all know that combat is not my strong suit. Yeah.
If you don't take care of yourself, the ones that love you are the ones that get hurt.
You know that means you need to take care of yourself too.
It was.
Okay.
Because I can't do this if you're not here with me.
Okay. Let's try to make sure that we don't have to figure it out for sure.
Yeah. Just kind of figuring it out moment to moment.
I don't really know what's going on and kind of feel like I don't have a right to speak. How did I get in the building across the way? What happened?
I have no idea how you got there.
We were kind of hoping you could provide some answers.
What? Last thing that the last thing that I remember before being there was a chaotic moving city collapsing upon me inside of your head, Tal. I The last I knew, my physical body was in this building. What's going on?
The last thing you remember was when you were inside my head?
Yeah, like, we got back from Area 51 with Professor Davies, and X wasn't here. And I guess you weren't here. It was Protector, and we went in, and you were there, but I don't I don't know.
Shit. Okay. Um.
Hal struggles to sit up. A lot of time has passed since then, and I am reluctant to give more details until we have more answers. But I think once our seers are more available, we should have them take a look in your head and see what they find. Because if you're not our Felix, then let's just say we'll deal with that if that is the case.
Felix just sits there attempting to read your face, and
understand what's being said to him. He's like, what do you even mean? You're Felix, like... Who or what else would I be?
You've seen some of the craziness that has come from this merging. But we've seen plenty of things we never would have imagined. But like Tal said, we need to talk to somebody else before we talk too much about what's happened. Tal, do you know, like, anybody in particular that we could talk to other than the Seers? Anybody memory connection, maybe? Because if... I don't know.
I know of people who dabble in that sort of thing, but the seers specialize in it. The brain is very sensitive, and you have somebody experimenting inside your head, it can go very poorly.
Yeah. Yeah, we don't want to do that. Okay.
Well, Tal just starts struggling to stand up.
Let me help you. Where are you trying to go? And she'll move to help him stand and walk with him to where he's going.
Find some place more comfortable to lay. But whoever or whatever you are, you have his memories, at least to a point. So, if I don't get the chance, I want to say I'm sorry I failed you.
More confusion just goes across his face and he goes, I don't see how you could have failed me. If anything, I mean, I kept a pretty big secret. I basically lied about who I was and didn't help nearly as much as I could, and I don't know how you can forgive me. And I don't know what's happening.
Tal puts a hand on your chest and then kind of like traces down, and it's like you're brand new. Interesting.
So with a 11, as your hand travels down his chest, you sort of recreate areas where you've seen like the wounds and whatnot.
Yep.
And in the areas where the wounds were, there's thick, almost scar-like tissue there, with like nodules, almost like golf ball-sized nodules under the skin. Also, I'll give you this one too. with an 11. As you're like this close to Felix and looking at him, you notice that his left eye, with it being as dark as it was, you thought it was just shadows at first, but the whites of his left eye are black. Almost like an aberrant.
Is there any indication of the scarring left from when X did his thing on his face?
Does he still have my hand on his face?
Yeah.
Yes.
And the most important question, does he smell like beef jerky?
So if this is a serious question, he, you know what I would say, his smell at this point almost smells like seaweed. Like not quite fishy smell, but like that like kind of that hint of like fish smell like you get in like the ocean. He has like a distinct like seaweed smell is like the best that I could put it. Like vegan beef jerky.
Ew.
Only one of us might know what that smells like.
I haven't even tried. I have yet to find any, like, anything sort of in that vein or even fake steak that tastes anything other than garbage.
Why you just eat steak?
Because then I'd be sad.
No one's sad
That
when
would
they're
be
eating
a
a steak.
mistake.
Ha ha ha.
That means you must have been eating that shit well done when you were still eating meat. That's why you quit.
That would be sad.
These guys.
So yeah, after taking those observations, Tal's gonna start turning back around and start to hobble his way to where he can rest.
All right. So it's
With Sophie's help, I guess.
Yes.
Okay.
okay. Then that leaves just Felix, kind of sitting in the middle of the open rooftop. More questions than answers.
Still 90% sure he'll get killed if he moves, so he's just staying there, even more confused than he was previously. Because there's a lot of unanswered questions, and all of them basically resolved in, we're not going to tell you, but also, we don't think that you're you.
Yeah, easy,
So if
easy
they don't
stuff to
think-
process.
So, like, okay, you don't think I'm me, so you don't trust me, and therefore are treating me like an enemy. So if I go to do anything on my own, probably gonna end bad. I'll just
This is how I
stay-
know it's not Felix. He's thinking way too much.
Fucking imposter.
He had the sense knocked into him.
That's all that needed to happen.
This guy hit pretty hard.
I mean, we saw the leftovers.
50 episodes too late in that shit, apparently.
All right. X, are you doing anything else for this evening?
It's like in fucking morning. Yeah, Exo come out of the hole like Mario and look over it. We just got a hole in the ground.
Yeah, but it's a sweet asshole. You made it that way.
I was gonna say.
I assumed other people with elemental manipulation would have made, like, stone stairway by now.
Yeah. At this point, it's like a functional staircase.
Yeah, X will come up and see Felix and just... You. Tal and Sophie. Where?
They went to bed.
Alright. Come on. So just turn on his heel and start getting back downstairs.
Just a brief moment of hesitation before Felix gets up and follows X.
Felix, you notice this, like, strange little blue-haired girl just giving you the stink eye.
It's just like, who the fuck is this bitch? Whatever.
X will go to an empty floor and go to an unoccupied room and just open the door, swing it open, and gesture for Felix to walk in.
Rip.
Felix walks in and stands at the far corner.
So just like to look him over for a little bit.
Give me a notice roll.
Well then,
Hey.
you looked him over.
So, like, the side of the building that you have him in, like, the moonlight is shining in through one of the windows, and, like, where Felix is standing at, he's, like, perfectly illuminated by the moonlight that's casting through. And at first, when you're looking him over, you notice, like, all the wounds that you've seen, all those gaping, like, soda can-sized holes are just gone. And the more that you look, you start to notice that it's, like, it's not gone like they were never there, but it's gone like it's almost healed over. It almost looks like scar tissue, like this very like bumpy textured scar tissue that's covering his torso that you can see. And as he kind of like turns and like adjusts his hair nervously, you notice that his left eye is black, and you can actually see like the orange in it, and it looks like an aberrant eye.
Don't leave. Ek will turn and start to close the door. I do hope you're in there. And he closes it. Next will go and wash off some of the blood and gunk off of him, then start to head to bed.
Okay. Oh my god. Felix will spend a while sitting up waiting for X to return because it kind of seemed like he was either going to go get somebody or return to talk to him about something before he just like after all sit down just like leaning against the corner, and he ended up just like sleeping like slumped against the wall waiting for X to come back to talk to him.
Yeah. So, Sophie, Tal, are either one of you doing anything besides like immediately going to sleep as soon as you get to your destination?
Really not.
Unless she has anything to say, he just wants to lay there.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I can't understand why he would want to. Like he had a rough day or something.
You know.
It's such an easy day all around.
All right, another day in the life. All right. Then Morning comes and you're all woken up by ruckus as people are starting to see like the true extent of the damages that happened, and you're hearing, you know, banging from people trying to repair things and a lot of talking. Everybody except Felix, really, is hearing all of this general commotion that's going on. And Tal, you hear Ava's voice ringing out as she's sort of standing on some crates in the middle, and she's kind of barking orders to people. And as you look at her, you can see the glint of the necklace that she's wearing now at this point, no longer just holding it in her hand, but she actually has it on. And she's jumped into full on mode with it, and basically telling people, like, you know, move this here, telling them to, you know, dump some of the food that was destroyed just into the water. Yeah.
Yeah. As soon as Tao lays eyes on the necklace, he remembers, like, oh yeah, I gave it to her. This is not my circus anymore. Turns around, goes back to bed.
What about Sophie?
Gonna try to help get things back in order. Follow some of the commands that Ava's hollering out. Make herself useful.
All right. Well, as you get up, and as soon as you stand up to try to do this, like you start to feel everything, the effects of what's going on here.
Guess we ain't doing shit then.
Too late. You already said what you were doing. So you start to feel the effects, and you almost feel like you have a hangover. It's just like full body exhaustion, fatigue, dizziness. Everything just feels slightly off. And you can't quite put your finger on what is off, but everything just feels off right now.
Okay.
X, what are you doing as you wake up?
I'm going straight to Felix's room.
Okay. Yeah, you open the door and see him still sitting in the corner where he was standing at before you left.
Just let this happen. And next start walking over to Felix. And his right arm will start glowing.
Silence and deep concern. Rude!
So Felix,
yeah,
you
you've
get
seen
to,
this happen once before.
Felix, I'm gonna need you to do a spirit roll, if you're gonna try to resist at all,
Is she? Yeah. Are you resisting?
or if
No.
okay, if you just want to let it happen, you could just let it happen.
It'll just happen.
Okay.
All right. Walk over. X's right arm starts glowing, and from the fingertips, these white claws come out, and he presses them into your chest. A rune appears. He twists it, pulls it, and a big chunk of orange energy comes out of your chest where the rune was.
Give me a D6. Oh, you're gonna do it already. Okay. You lose 4 power points, Felix.
Felix just looks down and looks back and he goes, I'm not gonna do anything.
You earned my trust for that much last night. Then the left hand starts glowing. But something's off.
Felix rolls his fucking eyes.
Oh.
Okay.
Give me another D6. And you lose 5 more, Felix, and X, you gain 5.
Yep, I'm at 20 out of 15. So the second one goes.
Wait, how would you be at 20 out of 15?
Because I was at 15.
How are you at 15 if 15 is your max?
Did we get
saying that you can go
Yeah, you could go over max.
Well, you don't gain the power points unless it's a raise.
Was a 16 on a cast not a raise?
The 16 was a raise, so the first time you cast it, it wasn't a raise.
Right.
So you would have
gained
right. You didn't get nothing back from that. So however many it costs to do that.
Mm-hmm. Oh, right. I forgot that that's when I should.
Right.
So, doing it for free.
15. 15. 13. 11. Then 16 out of 15 then.
Okay. That makes a little bit more sense. I was like, hold on a second. I'm not the best at math, but I can math a little.
I'm tired. Alright, so he's holding the first ball of energy in his right hand. And the second one, as he pulls it out, he pushes it into himself. And his eyes start glowing this dark orange as he's doing it.
Your eyes almost looked like when we first met for a second there. Yeah.
Actually go sit in the opposite corner of Felix and sit down and just holding and inspecting this, and he's going to try to figure out what's going on with his other eye through his essence, seeing if it's Felix's essence or if there's another type of essence inside this one that he took out.
Sure. Give me a spell casting roll with a -4. As you've never really done anything like this before, like, you don't really know how to read it. So, like, you're trying to break apart just the feelings of it and everything. And from everything that you can gather from this, it's Felix's essence. There's nothing funny about it. It still has that, like, weird, like, fuzziness to it. Like, it's different from yours. But yeah, I mean, as far as you could tell, it's Felix's essence.
And that X will be doing this for like an hour.
Felix is just awkwardly sitting there, twiddling his thumbs in the silence, like...
Let's picture X, like, sitting there, like, rolling the essence around the back of his hand and shit.
And Felix is like, so, and he's like...
You, shh.
Z.
So in this hour of just sitting here staring at X, does Felix regain power points?
I mean, you would, yeah. Well, you technically have to be resting for it, and I don't feel like Felix is really in a relaxed state during this
No,
time.
he's
so
pretty fucking stressed
yeah,
about everything.
so I'd say probably not.
He's very confused.
Yeah, given had you just been sitting there of your own volition, then that might be one thing. But given the scenario, I'd say you're probably not in a relaxed enough state to be able to regain anything back. I imagine that periodically X makes a noise or something, and Felix's heart rate like jumps. X is like,
Felix is just sitting there like he's got a little bit of just like wiping sweat from his face. He's like out of breath. He literally just had his essence drained. It doesn't feel fucking good. But he just sat there and let it happen because like.
I think we've explained how it happens before, and it is like one of the most uncomfortable. Like, it feels like you're draining the essence of your being away from you.
Okay, like my soul just got yanked out. We just chill.
I haven't put any modifiers on it.
That's nice.
Not
I appreciate that. Are you? I don't know about that one.
I mean, you were also nice enough to leave him with enough that he could still do a lot of damage if he wanted to.
Yeah.
Trust.
I could have cast any of my spells. Just fine.
All right, so during this hour, Sophie, what are you two doing?
After a little bit longer of resting, Tal will finally get up and get washed up and everything, and then comes out to see what's, kind of observe what's going on.
All right, so yeah, so you, at this point, this would be the first time you are seeing like the destruction of what happened to this place. Not to mention, if you were in any sort of battle trance while that was all going on, none of this really registered. And now it's all starting to kind of pour in at once, if you're back into a somber mind. And yeah, I mean, you're seeing the effects. You're seeing the people that are injured. You're seeing like the doctors that are still checking on people to make sure that they're good. You're seeing a lot of like the aberrant healers that are trying to heal wounds that are a little bit beyond the medical abilities that you have here for traditional medicine. And you don't have a lot of healers here, unfortunately. So they have to pace themselves on what type of essence healing they can do, whereas the doctors, they can focus a little bit more intently on a patient per patient basis. And you would see Sophie would be kind of meandering around a bit and helping to get things put in order, or telling people to put things back in order may be more appropriate at this moment. Oh, she's warming up for the social interactions. Social lubricant.
It's catching up.
Yep. Doing
Yeah.
things. Things are happening.
Tal, the one thing you don't see at this moment would be Ava. Well, I guess the three things that you don't see at this moment would be Ava, X, or Felix.
Okay. Was he able to recover power points during that sleep.
Yes. Yep. So you'd be at full, which I already did.
Yeah. Oh shit! If he is wounded, it's gonna make it worse. Screw it. I'm assuming they have like a little kind of triage set up. You know, people that are more severe are being tended to and everything.
Yep.
He's gonna start there.
Okay.
And whoever seems like they're in the most critical, he's going to start using his healing to, start getting them back up to kind of give the other healers a bit of a break.
All right. So, as you volunteer your services, one of the doctors there tells you that there's two people that really need some focus. But given the severity of the wounds, that you really would only have enough juice to be able to focus on one of them. One of them is one of the aberrant that typically are on watch duty during like the afternoons, like the early afternoons. They got into a tango with the fish goblin as they were like kind of crawling up the sides of the building, and he got his face slashed from his left cheek down to his right jaw, and the skin from his face is literally like peeled back where his teeth are exposed. The other one came from underneath when they broke in, and it was one of the human children. And they were they were ran clean through their side with a spear, in through the right back, out through the stomach. Some of the other aberrant healers were able to stabilize, but as you see this kid sitting there in immense pain, he's like wrapped in gauze that are like blood soaking through the gauze still. Like every movement is just excruciating for him. And the doctor basically shows you both of them and says, whichever one you can help with, it's appreciated, and, we're going to do our best to work with the other.
Okay. So they're both basically critical condition.
Mm-hmm.
And only have time to fix one of them?
Given the severity of the wounds and whatnot, like you only really have enough juice to do one of them right now.
Okay. He will look around and see if he sees Sophie. Maybe not. Yeah, that's great. No, guess not.
So let's do it the reverse way to find out, to make it a little fun. Allie, give me a notice roll. Okay. You didn't notice Tal going into triage, and Tal, you can't seem to find Sophie at the moment.
The wounds. Every time.
All right. He's going to he's gonna heal the aberrant.
Okay. Go ahead and give me a healing roll, and for this to be effective, you are going to have to do it with the greater healing modifier. And actually, isn't there another one too? Crippling injuries is the one that you would have to do. So it'd have to be greater healing and crippling injuries. Which is why I was saying you only have enough juice to do one.
Gotcha.
So you're going to be rolling this with a negative modifier no matter how you do it.
Okay.
So whatever your cost is to do healing, that's your negative modifier. If it costs, I don't know what the points are offhand. Was it 3?
Yeah.
So you'll be doing it at a -3 then, and it's going to cost all of your power points.
Okay. 3. See if I have any. No. Would this work?
It'll work. You still got to spend the power points, but instead of needing to roll, you automatically do it. Go ahead and roll anyways, so you can see if you do it with a raise or if you do it just naturally. Even if you crit fail at this point, it's still a success.
Okay.
Well, the card says it plays it, or you succeed with a raise.
Oh, okay, yeah. Never mind then. Then you don't need to roll at all. Yeah, so for the next 10 or so minutes, you have to focus your power on this. And this is the first time that you have ever actually devoted this much essence and this much focus into healing someone. As you've never really in like your training or anything like that come across anything quite this severe. And as you do it, you start to essentially remold his skin back together. And you have to almost recreate his lips. And after 10 or so minutes of you doing this, this person's face is like it was brand new. Not even so much as a scar. If not for like the bit of redness and tenderness from this being done right now, you wouldn't even know that anything happened. I do need you to roll on the thing table.
The thing table.
The thing table. You know what the fuck I mean. The thing. Dynamic
Very,
backlash.
Very good. The thing.
Thing. Okay. And after doing this, you are so exhausted. Like you feel like a piece of yourself actually went into recreating this person's face. But in doing so, they like hold up a mirror and they're looking at themselves and they're looking at you in amazement. And he sort of looks at you and he reaches forward and he just like peels like your collar back a little bit. And he's like, "Where's the necklace?"
After recent losses, as you've heard, was quite emotionally compromised, so I felt it'd be responsible for me to pass the lead to Ava for now.
You've more than proven yourself on numerous occasions, and especially with this here, that you are the one deserving of that. And you have my fealty as such.
Just whatever you were able to do to help defend this place. Everyone owes you a debt. Just pass your gifts along to help anyone that you can.
You have my promise of that. And if there's anything else you need, please don't hesitate.
What is your name?
I'm Felgo.
It was an honor to help you and fight by your side, Felgo.
Thank you. But the honor is mine, sir.
He just kind of gives a half smile and a nod and starts making his way over to sit down and recover.
All
And he'll
right.
be keeping an eye out for anybody among his group that might pass by.
All right. What is Sophie still helping out? Like, does she take a break? What is she doing this whole time?
I mean, a little bit of resting because, she'd been through some shit. But also, there's stuff to be done, so can't be lazy. So has to do all the things to be helpful.
Okay.
So she will continue to help. Probably more than she should.
And X, are you, after like the hour of studying Felix's essence, what do you do?
So like twist his arm and the essence that he's been holding dissipates. Then he looks at his hand for a little bit and looks over at Felix. Do you eat? Are you hungry?
Yes, I am hungry, and yes, I eat.
Come on. So we get up and start heading back upstairs.
Felix follows.
So by the time you guys get upstairs, you would see Sophie, who looks clearly exhausted by this point, but still kind of walking around, giving people direction on what to do, helping out where she can. But you can very clearly see that it's all kind of wearing down on her.
Axel do a wide pass toward where the food is and pass by Sophie along the way. Sophie,
Yeah?
you realize you died yesterday, right?
Didn't take. I'm fine.
No, don't push it. Should be getting rest.
I'm taking breaks.
The way you're moving around right now. Come on.
That was in character.
Walk.
Huh?
Have you seen
But she will listen.
Tal?
Have I seen Tal? I don't know. I've been just kind of trying to help wherever Ava needs me right now and stay moving. So, I mean, I think I've spotted him a couple of times, but I don't know. Did something happen? Is he okay?
If you're not resting, do you think he's resting?
I don't know. Okay, I'll find him. We'll go sit somewhere for a while. You're right. He needs to rest.
Alright. Find him. I'll grab food.
Off to find Tal.
All right, give me a notice roll. Tal and Sophie, both you give me a notice roll.
Oh, thank goodness for that alertness.
So Tal, as you're kind of sitting there, the effects of everything that happened yesterday, weighing in on you, like you're sitting there and you're like dozing off in your seat, and you keep having flashes of like the battle from last night, and the way that you remember it and the feeling that it evokes inside of you, it almost feels like a separate person, that you're feeling someone else's emotions, you're seeing through someone else's eyes, as you're watching this battle unfold almost like a movie. And out of nowhere, you would just feel hands on your shoulders. And as you open your eyes, you would see Sophie in front of you there.
Oh, here she is.
It has been brought to my attention that I might be trying to do too much considering everything that's happened. So, you want to go just hang out and rest somewhere with me so I'm not all by myself and feeling useless?
I need some recovery time. So, yeah, I guess that would probably be the best. And he gets up and follows you.
Okay. And I totally know where I'm going. I had a plan.
Which is...
Not a fucking clue.
So she takes you out, and you meet up with X and Felix.
And Willow. Grab her along the way.
And Willow.
Okay.
And Rum.
Probably.
There is certainly rum in here.
I mean, I finished these 2 tequila things, so I've got another though.
What? The fuck? I
I
got
have
lemon. I
vodka.
got lemonade.
Lemonade.
I told
It's
you
okay. I have another.
more than a week in advance that we were drinking tonight. It is a celebratory occasion.
I have Jamaican rum directly from Jamaica.
I am jealous.
I've
I wanna
had
go to Jamaica.
probably like 6 or 8 ounces of tequila at this point.
I only got about 3 ounces of rum left. Well, now I only got about an ounce of rum left, but I had about
Send
3
it.
ounces a second ago. Send it?
Send it! Yes, Clifford!
You guys really want to get me buzzed and then DM?
Yes. I would fucking love that. Let's go.
Then the unicorn showed up. Like, what?
You
Roll
heard.
for initiative. Wrong game.
Fucking stab
Do it
somebody through the
anyways.
chest.
Like, hold on. I need to select a different character.
Queen Butt Stallion!
Oh.
Cliff, you better be drinking.
Yes. Also, yes, it can.
Can Monday be a drink? I mean, I guess it can be.
It
I
can
mean,
be.
if you insist.
I'm trying to
Well,
think, what do I have to do on Tuesday? Tuesday, I have something important I have to do, and I can't remember what it is right now. Hold on.
Guess it's not that important. You'll be fine.
Keep drinking, I'm coming to you.
That's
You know
not how
what,
that works.
Cliff? I say that you start taking shots and catch up.
Don't take shots of ketchup.
Ew, no.
Well, why not?
Oh.
Oh man. It was
But
like
yes.
the only free thing when I worked at Dunkin' Donuts, so I used to just like eat ketchup packets on the clock.
Oh, stop. We found
You know
them.
what?
Killing Felix.
It's fine. See, I know you are young. You won't be hungover. You will hydrate. I will take care of you. Right. So,
Pretty cool, buddy.
Cryogun there. That's my little brother. He's turning 21 on Sunday, and he's gonna
Exactly.
be here. And so Monday, we can have a drink or two. I will not completely make you feel like you want to die on Sunday.
I don't think that's up to you whether or not he overdoes it.
I will ensure that I have all the carbs and all the electrolytes, and you will be hydrating. It'll be good.
Just make sure when he does eventually pass out and or fall asleep that he wakes up with, like, Gatorade beside him.
Mm-hmm. And something to puke in if necessary.
Yeah!
I will not be drinking heavy on Monday.
Okay, like, you don't have to drink heavy. We can...
I just looked at my schedule. And I'm like, oh yeah, that's right. I got 3 separate meetings with the VPs about things on Tuesday, so no, we won't be that. Anyways, so Sophie, you grab Tal, you all head out to the makeshift area that everybody is eating in right now because the traditional quarters for this are kind of in disarray. And X, Felix, and Willow are already there, and X has extra plates for the 2 of you.
Extra plate.
Mm-hmm. And X gonna give it to you.
True.
Felix is just there, silently eating, very confused about the weird blue-haired girl who was side-eyeing and glaring at him earlier, now sitting with them.
She has not
like-
taken her eyes off you either, and she's just like,
And Felix is just like awkwardly eating and occasionally looking at her like, who is this bitch and why is she with us?
she's quite literally giving you a cold stare.
So as Tal sits and starts eating a little bit, he looks at X and then looks over at Felix and looks back to X and says, so have you two had a chance to talk?
No. I figured If anything is going to be said, everyone be present.
So, what did you come to a conclusion on? As I've noticed some inconsistencies between the Felix that we saw die and this man before us.
Is this the first
It
time
has
that
its
anybody
essence.
has explicitly said that Felix died?
Hmm.
In
I
front of
specifically
him?
avoided it.
Yeah.
Hmm.
So Felix, this is your first time, like no ambiguity, no choice words to walk around the subject. This is the first time someone has addressed that you died.
Yeah. Like, mid bringing fork to mouth, just like pulls it away. He goes, "Wait, what?"
Hold on, we'll get to it. Looks back at Tal. Yeah, it has his essence, as far as I can tell.
He like gestures to the spots where his bullet holes and scars should be. And it's like, did you take notice of this?
That and yeah, it's
And then,
Okay, are you looking at his face? There's a conversation happening where you're treating him as some sort of specimen to be studied, and he is obviously having no idea what the fuck is going on.
yeah, good point. Let's talk about the face. And then he like puts down his fork, reaches over, and he like grabs your eyelids with his thumbs and starts pulling your eyes open. And he's like, "Did you get a look at his eyes?"
Felix is
Okay,
pulling
can we
away.
just-
If
Yeah,
possible, he would just be like, "No
not-
touch face, please, thank you." What are you talking about?
Your eyes, those are not my Felix's eyes.
One of them is.
Felix, for us it's been at least, must have been 5 days now since we were in Tal's brain, in his mind,
what does Tal's mind have to do with any of this?
his last memories.
He doesn't remember anything after that.
So we were going to talk to the seers before divulging all kinds of information about what's happened over the last 4 or 5 days. And then I guess we're just going to talk about him like he's not here and poke and prod at him like he's some sort of experiment or something. I don't know.
I like that Sophia's still eating while this is going on.
Yeah, nervous eating. It's what's happening. I felt right.
Felix's hands are up in his hair, and he's just got his eyes closed for a second. It's like, does anyone have a mirror or a phone with a front-facing camera so I can see what the fuck you're talking about?
Shink. And he holds up his sword in front of your face.
Felix flinches at first!
Okay, wait. Does Felix have a shirt on yet? Can he just look down and see these spots on his chest?
Yeah, that, but we're talking about the face that he's the most concerned about right now, of like the eyes, like what are you talking about?
Oh no, my face! My beautiful, beautiful face!
I'm sorry, but
Anyway.
there's
He doesn't
nothing
even
more
know about
concerning than those aren't the eyes of Felix. Like, wait, what do my eyes look like? Because he's
Sorry.
looked down, he already knows what's going on in his chest region.
Yeah, and for the record, descriptive wise, like just from looking at it, like it just really looks like scar tissue on your chest. Like it looks almost like scar tissue or like burns. Like it's just kind of like bumpy scar tissue that's there.
Similar to what's already like there.
Yeah. So I mean, it's different, but it's still similar to that. So just from looking, I mean, you can tell it's there, but it's not as glaring as like a black
of the eyes.
Yeah, I was gonna say a black eye doesn't really sound. It doesn't do. The white of the eyes is black. It's not like he has a bruise around his eye, black eye. Like the eye itself is fucking black.
Yeah, so he looks at himself in the mirror and he's just like studying his face. And he at first is just like, "What are you talking about?" And then, what the fuck? And he's almost looking around for answers just as much as you guys are at this point. Did this happen like before I guess died? From what you guys are saying, or what? No?
This is new. No.
We went on a rescue mission to find Kay for you.
Is she okay?
We got to Rushkoff's building. He had some sort of big weapon and one of his men fired at us. In an effort to make it to the building as our boat was sinking, you got shot a lot. They seemed to be quite prepared, so they were able to cancel out the essence energy that I was shooting at them. So it stands to reason that they had special bullets that could actually hurt you.
There's a brief moment of like, through all of this stress and worry and confusion, as soon as they seem to have bullets that could hurt you, there's a brief moment of like a crack of a smile, like, are you fucking kidding me? He's still on about this.
I mean, it's understandable that he would still be on about this. You were Swiss cheese. And then here you are again. So, that was not Sophie, by the way.
I know, Allison.
I know you know this, but I know that these three like to be like, so Sophie said, because they're butts.
I don't see the thought bubble.
I don't even know what happened to that thing.
It's probably right next to the brain cell.
Fucking God. John, give it back.
No.
We need
a ransom.
You gotta at least drive to go see John before you come here, so you can bring the brain cell with you.
Okay.
Yep.
And can probably maybe think about trying to do that.
Yeah, so you got like, what?
2 weeks.
20 days? 2 weeks? You got till the 25th.
A few weeks.
I thought you said 2 weeks. I was like, bruh.
Look, I know I'm not great at math, but I'm not that bad.
We've gotten sidetracked. Anyways,
Right.
Sorry about that.
So, from what you guys just said, Rushkoff has K?
We have not been able to confirm that because of what happened to you before we got inside the building.
You can, like, hear the squeak of his teeth grinding right now.
You fell, and as you fell, a bunch of fish goblin grabbed you, and they seemed very intent on taking you away with them. I did everything that I could, but they escaped with you.
Well, it does explain some things.
Such as?
X thinking I was with the fish goblin, and then I brought them here.
You did bring them here, one way or another.
I woke up in that building across the way. I mean, I say woke up, but I was standing. So, came to?
One way or another.
Not intentionally.
X points the sword at Felix's chest. Jesus Christ. And it accidentally stabs him because he gets shocked so hard.
Just a little burp. I don't know what your problem is.
That raised my heart rate.
I was not ready for that, Allie.
No. So.
It was not what? Sorry, I knocked my headset off.
Nothing.
Okay.
X points the sword at his chest. And he, prick your finger for me.
He just kind of looks at his hand, then he just takes his left pinky and just drags it across the blade to try to this probably feels like it's gonna cause the least amount of issues using my hands.
Finger comes off. Is it red blood that comes out of him, or is it does he bleed?
Do you bleed?
Nobody makes me bleed my own blood. I'm half tempted to make you roll damage just to be a twat, but
Fucking explodes out the wazoo, barely slices his pinky dead.
my thoughts are more like it doesn't cut you at all.
But Felix is intentionally cutting himself.
Yeah, I gotcha. Yeah, no,
He's trying to, but he doesn't know what his body's been through.
He bleeds his own blood.
Okay.
Okay, bye.
Axel will wipe the tip that Felix used to cut, then put it back.
You told me your religion deals with self-resurrection. Is this what happens?
So much confusion.
For the first time in a few days, X actually chuckles a little bit.
Oh, you're talking about Jesus. He's the only one who's ever risen from the dead in my religion. And he is both the Son of God and an incarnation of God at the same time.
And you were bestowed powers that your people would consider godlike before the arrival of the aberrant.
What are you talking about?
If you were able to do what you do now before aberrant came along, wouldn't they consider you a god? Or make up stories of being
Grandeur, I guess. Yeah, if pre all of this happened, there probably would be some form of tales to be told.
Okay, so as where your Jesus was probably just an aberrant, maybe those who follow, now exposed to essence, are able to do what he did.
I'm gonna say no.
Okay.
Mainly because the vast amount of bodies floating there in the water and the commonality of how common the Christian religion is, regardless of all of its branches, I'm gonna say no, because there would not be nearly as many people dead.
Perhaps you were a part of the correct branch.
I don't know, because I didn't believe in any of that, so.
You didn't resurrect by yourself, though.
That's true. Somebody recklessly sacrificed themselves for it.
Okay, but in the end,
It wasn't
Tal's
reckless.
alive, and you're alive, so I don't really see how this is relevant at this point. Yeah?
We're just trying to figure out how you are before us and if you are the person that we should be trusting. As it seems like you are perhaps I don't know how to even test this. Your essence has been tested, your blood has kind of been tested. Your memories seem to contain accurate information before almost a week ago. I would say that if there is buried information that you yourself cannot access, that would be something that perhaps the seers would be able to access, but they're pretty busy as well as everyone else.
That's a good question. Vague gestures at Willow.
Ooh.
Is this...
Your worst nightmare.
edgy teenager? Got it.
She looks over at X and she nods.
No, we were talking about you. It's off topic.
Okay.
Until we have a seer that's able to spare some time and look into your head, that gap in your memory makes you an enemy at the moment.
Great.
I'm speaking for myself, of course, but with Felix gone, I need to do what he used to do and protect my friends. So,
There's a small smile
if
on
they-
Felix's face about what X just said.
until the seers can do that, they're going to be sticking by my side. And if they can't spare the time, I'll just figure out how to do it.
Okay. Okay.
I've seen Echo do something similar. I've had the Seers look into my mind. I'm pretty sure I can figure it.
Okay, so I stick with you. You take me to my stuff so I can put on a shirt.
Just the shirt. No helmet. No chaps.
Okay, but like, I showed up here completely naked, as I'm sure you noticed.
Yes, you could put on boxers too.
No, it's not what I'm getting at. What I'm getting at is anytime we went out to battle is when I had the protective gear on. So I'm assuming I had that on when I died. So, like, don't know what you would expect me to put on. Or
The helmet, chaps,
where would I get
leather
more?
jacket. We bought like 20 pairs of the same shirt. It's not far-fetched for you to have a second pair of chaps.
I don't. By the way.
I have like 4 pairs of this shirt.
But you've always been the fashionista of the... Anyways. Yeah. Jesus Christ! Jay! They're just going off, aren't they?
Sorry, I may have responded.
Allison, I blame you. It's all your fault.
Usually is. It's fine, I'm adorable.
Crazy
Yes.
idea. You could pay attention to the game.
Okay. I am trying to, but it keeps going boop, and then it pops up across my screen. There it is. Heathcliff, I don't care about being OP. I just really enjoy, and then it disappears.
So there's this
I
really
changed
neat
my screen.
feature of Discord called streamer mode you can enable. If you go into your settings, and it'll mute all notifications on Discord until you turn it off.
Okay, we're gonna do that. How find?
You go to Discord, and sorry
Streamer
if I'm
mode.
locking up.
I
Yeah,
found it.
there you go.
Enable streamer mode. Ciao.
And I'm gonna
Yeah.
glitch out everybody's camera, and
You're
are we
fine.
good?
I already found it.
We're good now. No, we're good now. There we go.
I did that too, so I wouldn't keep getting as distracted.
So after that, what's the game plan? What's everybody doing?
So after Hal finishes eating, I guess Sophie and I are gonna go get some more rest. Do either of you need us for anything?
No. You should take the day off. You more than anyone.
I will try. You ready, Sophie?
As ready as I'm gonna be. Come on. She'll get up and start heading towards, I don't know, one of the secluded areas of the building, if such a thing exists today.
I mean, you guys still have like your quarters area.
Then that's where we'll go.
Oh,
Beautiful. I like it. What's that for?
As everybody's like getting up and leaving, Willow looks at Felix and goes, "Father, you don't remember me, Father?" And then immediately just starts laughing.
I want to laugh at that, but I'm suffering a little bit because I don't know how, but some of this shit ended up in my sinuses, and so now I've got alcohol burn, like, not where it should be.
okay.
For the last time, Allie, you snort the powder, drink the liquid, not the other way around.
Like, nothing went in through my nose at all. I don't know how it happened, but, like, the roof of my mouth is burning from the wrong side.
You're a dork. I love you.
From the wrong, so you butt chugged it?
The roof of my mouth.
It's burning
Like
from the wrong side.
Yes, the upper
Yes,
side
the other side of
from
the
the
soul's
sinuses.
It's-
Exactly. See, Megan understands.
This means nothing to me.
Megan understands
Right.
me.
That's why we're best friends.
Almost as bad as when I grabbed Elric's Warhead sour spray candy and sprayed it earlier, and it did not go well.
Okay.
Somehow ended up with sour spray in my sinuses.
I'm seeing a pattern here.
Yeah.
There's only one common denominator.
It's me. I am bad at things. Anyways, Sophie and Tal go off to rest. What does the rest of the group do?
Felix makes a very confused, concerned face at Willow, and then just ignores it because this child looks nothing like him, and is also somebody he would have had to have knocked somebody up when he was like 16 for this to be his kid. And he's just like, nope. Anyways, he would go to make his way to where his stuff was on the roof, because Felix never slept in that downstairs room from where he remembers.
All
So he's gonna be so confused when none of his things are where it's supposed to be.
Poor guy. Been through a little bit.
Where's any of my things?
Ah!
Does it not really left them?
I mean, we've already determined that I don't know. But last I checked, don't I sleep right here?
As far as I can remember. Come on, we'll grab you a shirt or something. Go grab one of the Walmart shirts that we got back in like section 4.
Now he's got gray sweatpants and a black t-shirt.
Like barely comes down to like your pant line. Like if you lift your arms up, you're showing belly button.
Fits enough.
Sophie's wearing one of the same ones. He got her that she has to tie it around.
Exactly.
And X starts walking over to where the seers were.
Yeah, so as you walk over, and you get near, like the area where the elder is, two aberrants stop you in your tracks. And they're like, they're not seeing anybody right now.
Did anything happen to the elders during the attack?
Give me a persuasion roll. Not during the attack, but apparently the elders' readings have become much more vivid, and the seers have been taking turns trying to get a complete reading on what's going on. So both the seers and Ava are in there, and I was instructed not to let anybody else in.
Can you tell Ava that I'm out here?
No,
That bad.
they said don't let anybody in.
Okay. Is there anything I can do to help?
Not right now, I don't think. We gotta figure out what's going on. The readings have been all over the place. From giant creatures to seeing fields of flowers to just weird inconsistencies in the images.
All right. Thanks for your time.
I'll let Ava know that you stopped by.
Thank you. I turn to look at Felix. We got this to deal with. You were a help with Tao, the goblins. Fuck. Out of character. So I do want to thank you for that. Even if you're not Felix.
I assure you that I am Felix. But again, you're welcome. Would have done the heartbeat anyways. I'm sure you know it's what I kind of do. Throw myself in the way to protect others.
And seeing how the seers are busy. If you are Felix, hopefully I can figure out how to do this the right way.
Can we please be patient?
I'm not doing it now.
Thank you, because I don't really need to apparently die again.
It's not an issue for you. Let's go help rebuild.
Yep. Sure. Fix things and be good with my hands.
X will take Felix so we can go start repairing the settlement.
All right. So the two of you are just gonna go off doing what? Manual labor, I assume, moving shit around, fixing what you can.
Yeah. X just got a fatigue from the battle, so he's kind of all right.
Yeah, I was about to say your fatigue would be gone obviously after this, but sure. So we can kind of paint the picture here. Both of you go ahead and give me athletics rolls.
Yeah. My man.
You're like, I'm not letting this maybe not Felix outdo me.
So, so you two begin helping move things around and repair boxes. They specifically ask you to assist with repairing the gate on the dry dock. And as you're carrying lumber around and whatnot, X, you notice that you're keeping up pace with this Felix. Everything that he's able to lift, you're able to lift. All of the physical activities that he does, you're able to do.
Over here, stirring the pot.
He's
Both
just
of
giving him
you,
all of the information. No stirring of the pot. Just get good.
both of you, go ahead and give me a notice roll, please. Felix, whether you decide to bring this up or not, maybe something happened during that time that you don't remember. But as you're repairing the dry dock, you notice that one of the hovercrafts are missing. Maybe someone's on patrol. Maybe something happened that you don't know about. But one of the hovercraft is gone.
He looks at the hovercraft, looks over at everyone else and sees how they're acting, looks at X and he goes, I'm sorry, but like, with you here, shouldn't we have 4 crafts? The original 2, the one you drove off with, and the one we brought back with Davies. 4 hovercrafts we would have had, right?
We didn't lose any.
So you did lose
Sin's
the
not
one.
remembering, right?
Well, you guys did lose the one. Well, so technically,
We lost the speedboat.
you lost the speedboat. You lost the one that Felix wouldn't know about the speedboat, though.
Yeah, I know. Megan's saying.
So now that Felix is pointing this out to you, one of the hovercrafts is actually missing. X.
Okay. And X will like look around to see if anyone working on the gate usually does patrol and security around the area, and he's like, is someone out on patrol or something?
No, Ava's got all hands on deck with getting this place in order right now.
Where the hell's the other boat?
The person you're talking to, they kind of shrug. And they're like, I don't know. We'll have to talk to one of the people that were on watch last night.
Hmm. Okay. Oh, Next, we'll just keep that in the back of his mind for now.
Um. So you two managed to repair the dry dock with a little bit of like extra lumber and whatnot that you guys had. And they're able to re-secure it where it can open and close and actually provide a little bit more protection.
All right. And the area that blew a hole in the wall, is that somewhat taken care of?
Yeah, so there's been other people that have been working on that with boarding it up from the inside.
Okay. And, I'm assuming not everything is fixed up yet, so we're just finding out where we can be useful.
Sure. So yeah, around now it's probably like early afternoon, 1-2 p.m. or so. So you guys have put in, a couple hours worth of work already. Sophie and Tal have had a few hours to sleep. So yeah, you can continue on just helping or whatever else y'all want to do.
Felix, speak up if you could think of something else that could be more pressing, if you got any flashes of memory back or anything, but I think today we're just gonna be helping.
Yeah. Nothing for the missing time, but I know I didn't exactly say anything personal to prove I'm me before, so I guess for your birthday I gave you a guitar strap that had lightning on it because I thought it was fucking funny, and you put it on as a belt.
I do hope it's you.
I guess me
But-
too.
You can't be too cautious in this world anymore.
I get that. But you think I'm not arguing about any of this, the healthy level of cautiousness that you're giving me, considering what you all saw as, I guess, proof with your own eyes. And it's not like I'm the same.
We'll figure it out.
Yeah.
Just try to keep helping out for the rest of the day.
Okay.
If I see Ava or Seer at all, I'm gonna rush off to go and intercept them.
Sure. Give me a notice roll.
I'm gonna fail that. Oh!
Yeah, so after you two finish with the dry dock and you head back up and you're talking to one of the aberrant that kind of took over after Sophie stopped foremanning. and like from the corner of your eye, you see Ava walk out of the seer tent and start walking towards like her quarters.
Axel like peek up, put a hand on like Felix, like stay here. We'll watch him. And Axel take off running like Ava.
So your name's Willow. We're glad I got a name.
You don't remember how close we are? We're like best friends. I'm hurt. I'm hurt you don't remember me.
I don't remember anything for the past few days. I'm very sorry. I mean,
She's just kind of sitting there looking at you. As you call out for Ava, she's kind of walking. She's like, yeah, everything good here?
Here, for the most part, yeah. Like gestures towards the tent where the elders are. There, no. I know.
Which one of those idiots told you something?
That's not important. What's going on?
I don't know. What I do know is that I think we need to start making plans to get off of this roof and out of the city. Because I have a feeling that something really bad is going to happen here.
Expert kind of whispers. I know there's mixed visions. Does that have anything to do with the sudden arrival of the big ship? Not really sure if we're gonna leave suddenly or not.
I don't know. I know that it's been kind of back and forth, but last night before all the craziness went down, everything just kind of kicked into overdrive.
Okay. Well, I'll get everyone, not everyone, but, you know, Tal and Sophie up to speed and make sure that they're ready whenever we decide to take off. I don't think we should be putting that many supplies into rebuilding this if we're going to be leaving so soon.
I agree. I think we need to get it back into working shape because I don't assume we're going to be able to leave in the next day or two. So we need to feel secure here, but we also need to think about the next step. And also, I thought you guys said Felix was dead.
He was. That's why I kind of came. I'm concerned about this. Trust me, I'm real concerned, but whenever there's a chance of time where one of the seers is resting, maybe I can have a talk with one of them, or they can look into his mind to see what happened, because I was feet from the guy and he wasn't recognizable. He had holes through his entire body. And now he's here, not even a day later. Are there aberrant that can bring people back from the dead? I don't think I've ever seen Tao do that.
No, there's been stories of people that have reached that level of power, but it's more myth than fact. We don't see anybody who can do that. I mean, do you think that him being here is a danger to us?
I'm keeping a close eye on him.
I mean, the seer
Willing-
are being worked. Basically, if they're not resting, they're viewing. If you
understand.
think that it's necessary for the safety of the people, we can use one. But I need you to use your judgment on this.
At the moment, if they're resting, I need to at least talk to one. I don't want to expend any extra energy that we don't need.
Okay. I'll get Kara Luth. She just finished up about 10 hours of viewing and just went to go lay down. So maybe she has a little bit left that she can help with.
Okay. How are you doing after all of this? I've been seeing you non-stop since nightfall last night.
I need Tal to get his shit together and take this back. This is not what I want right now. I'm fine with working behind the scenes and getting things done, but it's exhausting to try to be everywhere at once. But until he's ready to, that's what I gotta do.
Actually, I go and put a hand on her shoulder. If you're leading, you also have to trust that they can handle themselves without you. You need a rest too.
I understand that, but unfortunately right now is not the time. Right now is the time that we have to get everything in order. We have to rebuild. We have to make sure that we're safe. And so long as this responsibility is on me, that's the only thing I care about doing right now.
All right. Help to anyone if you drain yourself though.
I
I
understand.
appreciate what you're doing around here.
Same. I appreciate you guys as well. Go see Kara Luth, see if she can help, and whatever we need to do, we'll do it. If we think that he's a threat, we need to neutralize that.
I'll take care of it. It's not something that another issue you should be worrying about.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, it is. The thought of him dying was weighing pretty heavy on me in itself, and then now that he's back, it's even more confusing.
Yeah, I get that. I'll handle it. X starts walking.
You hear her sigh, and then she scuttles off to where she was headed to. And are you gonna wait for her to get the seer, or are you gonna just kind of go searching out for her?
She said go talk to her, so X is gonna go talk to her.
Okay. So the tent that's like right next to where the elder's tent is, you have another aberrant that's kind of outside of it, and he like sees you coming and like stops you, and he's like, she's just getting to sleep, man.
It's could jeopardize some of the people here. I'm just talking.
Yeah, hold on 1 second. And he kind of like peeks in, and he's like, someone's out here that wants to talk to you. Are you good to talk right now? And you just hear a soft voice from inside, and he comes back out. He's like, go ahead, but don't take up too much of her time. Let her rest.
Yeah, I got it.
And as you kind of walk in, you see one of the other seer, the other one that you've seen around but haven't really had much interaction with. And she's sitting up in this little cot and has blankets pulled up to her waist. And she's just sitting there with her hands in her lap.
Next will go and like kind of bow, and I need you to explain to me the process you go through when looking into someone's mind.
I don't really know how to explain it. I just do it. I've always just done it. It's one of those things that you either have it or you don't. What's going on?
Anyone that there's a possible threat in the settlement. Our friend died. He was a few feet from me. I seen him dead. And last night during the attack, he showed up. He doesn't seem to remember what happened. Is there a way we can pry into his mind and see what he's not seeing or trying to hide?
Yeah, I mean, do you want me to just look inside, or are we talking about trying to make him remember if he forgot?
If you could look inside, that'll make things easier. I feel like trying to make him remember is the harder option.
Well, remembering death is a traumatic experience to go through. So, if it is your friend and they're back, it's not something that they're going to want to remember anyways.
I think for the sake of the settlement, it's gonna have to be something that we do anyways.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a little weak right now, but if all we're doing is taking a peek, I should be fine to do that.
Okay. I'll go and grab him.
You
Thanks,
want me
bows
to
again.
follow, or are you bringing him here?
I'll bring him. Rest while you can.
If anything goes wrong, you don't think that he's gonna do anything that could She kind of like gestures towards the Sears tent area.
I'm confident in my ability to take care of him if something goes wrong, but I don't want to risk the elders and
How about
that
I just come
based
with
off
you?
of, yeah.
Just kind of just like throws the blanket off. Lead the way.
Next set's walking.
And she follows behind. As you walk out, you see the aberrant that was like standing guard outside is just giving you dirty looks.
3 minutes. 3 minutes tops. X walks away.
Yeah, so what has Felix been doing this whole time?
He's awkwardly standing there, hands in pockets, trying not to look at his best friend,
Possible
who
daughter?
hasn't really given a lot of information.
Hasn't really been very believable in the whole we're best friends
Yeah.
conversation. Yeah.
He's just like, okay, don't know what's happening. Yup, this kid. Anyways, I'll just stand here and wait for X.
Okay. So X heads back over and you see that he's being followed by one of the ladies that you've seen around from time to time and know to be one of the seers. Man, they just come walking up together to you two. She's just looking up at you, X, like...
Alright. Felix, come on. Looking inside your mind, trying to figure out what the fuck happened.
Okay. How does this work? Do I sit down? Do I just stand here?
She's like 5 feet even. Like, she's really tiny. She's like, yeah, I think I'm gonna need you to sit down. I'm gonna have to have access to your noggin.
He smirks,
Yes, ma'am.
sits down.
And she walks behind you and she puts her hands on your shoulders. And she's like, full disclosure on this is that if there are things that you forgot, you may have forgotten them for a reason. And unlocking memories can be very traumatic. I'm just gonna have a little peek to see what I can see. And I'm gonna try my best not to do any damage. But there's always a risk. Are you okay with me doing this?
I mean, to be fair, I don't exactly understand why I'm here. So, I guess.
Okay. And she like slides her hands like up the back of your skull, and she's like massaging your head through your hair. And then she's like, now this is going to be awkward, a strange sensation. You may feel a tickle inside of your skull that you just can't quite get to.
Okay.
And on that, that's not going to count, is it? That's not going to count. That was an 11. That would have been a really good one. I'll be nice.
Fine.
Love it, you said.
Make him a fucking vegetable.
I think
Jesus.
Megan will be okay with this one.
Oh my god.
So Felix, as you say okay, you feel this strange sensation, and for a brief second, it almost feels like the massaging of her fingers on your scalp. You feel her fingers slip through your skull and into your brain. And your eyes sort of roll back into the back of your head, and for all intents and purposes, you are unconscious right now. As this is going on, the seer turns and looks at you, X, and her eyes are like a almost like a pinkish purple color, like a little bit more pink than like towels get typically, but not quite as pink as like Sophie's Essence color. And if you look at her hands, you can see that her fingers actually are in his skull. And she says, "Where am I looking?" I'm right now staring ahead through his eyes, the last things he's seen before I put him to sleep.
And however long ago it was that we were at Rushkov's, like from here yesterday until the attack last night.
Just like, all right, I'm moving backwards. I see him looking at the settlement from a distance. Moving backwards. I'm seeing a lot of water and swimming. Moving backwards. I see a room full of... I don't know what this is. They look almost like eggs. And he's looking around and there are two other people. Both of them are dead or unconscious. I'm moving back a little bit more. He's in pain. He's screaming and thrashing. It looks like those fish goblin are doing something to him. There's a very large one, larger than the ones that were here last night. Let me go back a little further. It's just nothing. Go back a little further. I see a lot of blood. He appears to be being carried through the water. I can vaguely make out someone in the distance. It appears to be Tao.
That's where he died.
He's underwater and he's doing something. I'm seeing a strong use of essence. Everything just went black again. Let me go forward a little bit more. It's blackness and then just pain. His eyes are opening as this large goblin has its mouth over his wounds, and it appears to be vomiting something into the wounds. It's just pain and him screaming. The wounds appear to be closing. I can't tell what it's doing. It's vomiting something into the wounds that is healing the wounds, it looks like. He just broke free. He's attacking the large one that's in front of him. He's attempting to free one of the other bodies. There's a noise. He turns. There are many of these goblin creatures that are coming. He's running. He jumps into the water. He begins swimming. There's panic. There's fear. He's hiding. It looks like all of this is just him running back towards here. He's attempting to evade. He's fighting them off. And then he's here. There's a strange change, though. I can feel this lingering pain that's coursing through him. And then it just stops as he's staring at the settlement. And she kind of like turns her head and she looks over in the direction where he was at last night. as he's standing there, the pain just stops.
I think that's enough.
And she slowly like pulls her fingers out of his head and then begins massaging his scalp again. And then Felix, you just come to, and she's still just massaging your scalp. You got a weird feeling in the back of your mind, but other than
You
that,
remember any of that?
you don't remember any of that. And she's like, all right, big guy, that's it.
What? So you play with my hair and that's it?
Yeah, there's a little bit more than that, but I'll let him fill you in. I need to go lay down because I am exhausted. And she walks away and she kind of like pulls X to the side. You can roll a notice roll if you want to, Felix. You have to beat an 8 though. All right. You hear her whisper to X. You may want to find someone who knows more about these creatures or about creatures in general that can figure out what that was, but whatever it was, I'm pretty sure that's what brought him back. And then she kind of just like squeezes your arm, and then she turns and she starts walking away.
Thank you. Looks over at Felix. So you remember any of that now?
Any of what?
Hmm. Next, I'll walk over to him. Like, get one of the wounds that's on his arms. You're either extremely lucky or the most unlucky person I know. Let me see real quick, and Axel rub his hand over one of the wounds. Does it feel like a normal arm, just like scab in that area? With no medical knowledge.
I'm on mute. So just from rubbing it, like the texture of it feels almost like scar tissue. But there's like nodules that you can feel that almost feel like golf balls or something like that under the skin.
I need to do something. You'll earn my trust with this. X will pull out his smaller sword behind his back.
He'll just
I
kind of
can do
like
this, or you can do this.
Do what?
Cut this open. I can do it or you can do it.
Give me a second. It's honestly an insane thing to think about. It's like, alright, so I'm gonna either stab into myself or I'm gonna have my buddy stab into me. Like, how do you even, like, mentally wrap... Do I get to be healed after? Like, do we have to do this now when the healers are all expended trying to take care of people who are critically injured? Or can we wait a day or two?
I can heal you.
Whomst?
Willow.
Okay.
It's the least I could do for my best pal.
There's a healer.
Okay. Felix holds out his hand to grab the... I honestly forget if it was a knife or the whole sword to cut into himself.
It's a big knife or a little sword. Your call.
Dagger, you got it.
He's gonna, like, he holds it there, he just kind of, like, pulls it away for a second, he just shakes his head and he goes, "Yeah, this is fucking..." Goes and he cuts into it, completely mentally freaked out by it.
Oh, see, I get so torn in these moments. Like, should I make you roll damage to see if you actually were able to cut yourself deep enough to make this happen or not?
Like, it's not deep enough. Give me it.
Deeper.
Paper baby.
X. Give me a vigor roll.
Fuck. I don't do those. Oh, that was almost a 6.
X and Felix. Go ahead and give me a roll on the fear table.
God. In the back of my mind, I knew this was gonna fucking happen.
Ooh.
Okay.
That's good.
Yeah.
So Clifford.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you roll?
We haven't seen anything.
Yeah, nothing's popped up on my side.
Okay. Do it again?
Yeah. I see the die this time.
Okay.
Okay.
I like that one better anyways.
She rolled a 22 last time. Instant heart attack. As Felix grabs your blade and cuts open this scar on his arm, you both see the eggs of the fish goblin, like a row sack of eggs cut open and spill onto the ground. And this foul smell of just a pungent fish smell wafts through the air.
Go to Tao. Go to Tao. X takes the knife from Felix. Walk Come on.
Yep. Before he like moves away, whatever like fell out of him onto the ground, he's just gonna like smush it with his foot before continuing.
So they're like a little bit smaller than golf ball sized orbs, and they are like a pale orangish color, and in the center of them is like this dark gray, almost black circle that's just covered in this fluid. And as you step down on it, you hear like the burst and the squish under your feet as it
Squirts.
Both of you give me a notice roll. You're distracted though, Felix, so hold on, let me slap you with a distracted first. Go ahead and give me a notice roll.
Save my Betty. Gotta save my Betty.
Okay.
Oh no.
That makes sense though.
Perfect. All right. So yeah, you step on it, burst out as you guys head towards Tal.
And they went downstairs to like the secluded area of the settlement, right?
No, they're still up top where their normal quarters are at.
Alright, grabbing Tao, just like yanking him upright, grabbing Sophie, doing the same thing.
So
No.
Wait, how Tao reacted this before I keeps talking?
So X just bursts in and just
God,
starts
some of my
pulling.
shit froze.
that's what he said. Yeah, he just
Oh,
bursts
my
in.
Fucking internet. Do that.
We see you and hear you still.
I know, but I can't hear you.
How the fuck do you know what I just said then?
It's responding though.
Magic.
I think you're back.
I think it's good.
Technology.
Okay, so
So wait, before you go on. So what he asked Sin was, do you guys just burst right in and just...
Well, we're on the top, I thought you said.
Yeah.
It was like,
but it's
yeah,
still
so-
like little rooms for people to sleep and everything. You know.
Yeah, you're not like sleeping out in the open. Like you have like little lean-tos.
oh. I did not imagine that at all. Then, yeah, I guess.
Okay. So, you walk in and you yank on Tao, and the covers come up, and he and Sophie are both butt ass naked. Oh, Sid and X like
We talked about it, but holy shit, that was real quick.
he's just standing there looking.
Yeah.
Good for you, Tal. Jeez. Well hung there, fella.
Like, Tal, your leg's hanging off the bed. Oh, shit, that's not...
We have such an issue. X is just talking with his eyes closed.
Did you need something? He's just standing there.
So I don't even think you need a notice roll for this. Tal, you would see like the look of like shock, fear, disgust on their faces. Like they're not telegraphing this well, right? Like it's just like you see it immediately. And given everything that just happened in the settlement, probably would be a little bit
What's going on?
I'm sure Felix is like bleeding too.
Can you cast spells right now?
Yes.
All right. We're gonna need some healing. Felix and actually like move, like try to like push you guys to the side. Move, both of you.
Are you like pushing Tal near Felix?
Like, I'm getting an operating table for myself. Both, whoever was on the bed need to move.
So Tal, as you get pushed near Felix, like you just get this strong smell of fish.
All right. Care to explain what's going on?
I'm cutting eggs out of Felix. Get ready to heal him. Felix, lay down. Take your clothes off.
Felix lays eggs now. That's
Anybody walks in, fucking all three of them naked, except for X, and he's got a knife stabbing Felix.
Pop your head in. Yeah, I'll come back later. It's not that important.
You're clearly into some weird shit.
How
I'm
did we
just not
get here?
touching it.
How did we get here?
Listen, you
Of
two
all
try.
places.
You two tried conspiring behind our back to make a narrative event happen, but a narrative event happened without you, and now the two that came together is,
Yeah,
not.
and now Felix is in here, like, taking off his
What's the
shirt,
big problem?
shaking with
It's
horror on
fine.
his face.
okay. Why do you have eggs in you?
No talking. No talking. Felix, bite down.
Like the pillow, going to try.
Pretty sure Tal said similar words earlier.
Deceased.
All right, X is gonna perform surgery.
Oh my god.
It would be better than doctors.
So, how much sleep has Tal gotten?
Not much.
Okay. So they've been working for a couple hours. So we'll say it's been maybe.
Yeah, they have.
I meant Felix and X. We'll say for like 4 hours or so since you last saw them. So you can go ahead and deduce how much of a marathon man Tal is and give yourself back an appropriate amount of PowerPoints based on that.
How many hours you said?
About 4.
Just math. Alright, so he took a break for how long before got things picked up again?
He didn't give himself any PowerPoints, guys. No.
He was a little preoccupied.
Did you guys check to see if Sophie's alive? That might be a corpse.
She's fine. She can handle it.
I mean, you think.
Oh my god. Just ignore me. I don't exist right now.
Oh,
Clip that, clip that, clip that.
All right, Sophie, I'm gonna need you for this.
What do you mean?
Tell me to ignore you. Tell me to ignore
What's up?
whatever you can do to support me, Tao, Felix, and enduring this. I just need as much as you can do right now. Willow, go
Okay.
get one of the medics.
God's sakes, put a fucking shirt on.
I really want to watch this, though.
You don't. X pulls up his.
She's like, ah! She runs out.
slices over the scars.
Okay, so as you are cutting open his scars, I'm gonna make you roll damage. If you are opening up like multiple wounds.
Mind you, Felix already has 2 wounds.
He's fine.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh.
Okay, so go ahead and give me a damage roll. Okay.
X don't do damage unless he gets the drop and all that.
Okay. So Tal, you watch as, and Sophie, I guess you would see this too for the first time. You guys watch as X cuts open one of these like scars on Felix's.
The first ones are going to be along the backside. Then we flip over and we start working on the front.
Okay. So cuts open one of the holes in like his shoulder, and as he does, you see like a half dozen or so of these golf ball sized egg sacs just spill out onto the floor, and then soon thereafter, like the tent is just smells like a dying fish on a dock.
That's disgusting. Just saying.
How's Tal and Sophie
Soon as the
react to
first
this the
one-
first times?
Hal is just going from what he's seeing back to looking at Felix like over and over again. Like he's trying to figure something out.
I hate everything about this situation. Can I just say?
Perfect. Give me a vigor roll.
No. Oh, I saw that one. I was so terrified.
We're still hoping she'd crit fail and just pass out.
Tal, I'm gonna need a vigor roll for you too.
Oh, that was scary.
I can do those.
Mm-hmm. I'm gonna need you to roll on the fear table, please. Unless you want to Benny that, which you are allowed to do.
There goes our healer.
Watch him as he goes.
You got one Benny left.
It's just the fear table. It's fine. Everything's fine. Right?
There's still more cutting that needs to be done, isn't there?
Yeah, you only got to roll on the fear table one time though. Or your vigor save, you only have to do it one time. You either are fucking terrified of the sights that you're seeing, or you're not terrified of the sights that you're seeing.
And Sophie's like, this is fine.
Sophie's disgusted, but not terrified.
Holy shit. Can
There
I
you go.
fucking Benny that shit?
You can Benny a roll on the fear table, yeah.
Okay. That would pick up a phobia. Like, there's more things I could pick up phobias from story-wise, not that. What the fuck?
You're not afraid of your friend melting into an egg
I like that one.
That's great. All right, Tal.
I love
Take
that
your
one.
naked ass out the tent.
Bye.
So
Hallway.
So you see X slice open this wound, and you watch these eggs just pour out of Felix. And the first thought after the smell hits you and you're seeing all this is, I need to get the fuck away from that.
No, I got it. He is instantly having flashes of seeing Felix like getting pelted in those very spots with bullets, and it freaks him out in like a PTSD type fashion, and that's what causes him to run out.
So you guys watch as Tal's naked ass runs, just fucking runs, just goes. What are the 3 remaining vigilant heroes do in this scenario?
Continue to bite the pillow, trying not to scream out in pain.
All right, that's what Sophie was doing. What are you guys doing now?
I quit. I'm done. I'm done with all of you.
You decided on this. If you didn't think it was gonna get brought up and joked about for the remainder of this campaign, then you're wrong.
Often.
Like, you know, fucking throwing guns in 3 days.
Yep.
Apparently Tal's sleeping with every female anyone's ever been interested in.
But like it's Tal.
Get it, but...
Got a point.
That was not planned.
I mean, it kind of was planned.
In the last like 30 seconds before that message was sent, sure.
So you just watched these eggs spill out of Felix's shoulder.
Cool. Fine. Cool. Can I just stomp on them?
Sure.
Okay.
Give me a notice roll.
Okay. Where's notice? There's notice.
Perfect.
Wow. Oh no.
Give me a vigor roll again, please.
I decline, respectfully.
Okay. You are left shaken from this as you start stomping. So first and foremost, you stomp on these things and you're barefoot. You are feeling them burst and ooze between your toes as you're stepping on them.
I hate everything about this. Why would you do this to me?
And the next thing you feel is pain as you hear the sizzle of the acid from the fish goblin begin to burn your foot.
I thought you loved me.
You decided to stomp on it. What the fuck? I didn't do that.
I stepped on a leaf. There was a leaf on my sock.
So at this moment, you are shaken and Tal is shaken.
I decline.
All right, X. What you gonna do?
I'm going for the next one.
Okay,
He's just gonna keep going for now.
sure. Give me another damage roll.
Where is my combat shit?
So as you cut into Felix's side, and these eggs start pouring out, then you hear Felix kind of wince in pain as he's biting down on whatever pillow or blanket that's in the area to try to distract the pain. Felix, that would be a wound. Do you want to try to soak it?
Yeah. Can we talk about where or what the fuck Naked Tal's doing?
Sophie.
God damn it, they got back at it while we're cutting him open? What the shit? Got some weird kinks.
Listen,
Stepped
man.
on some
Life is
fuck-
short. They have been faced with mortality, and they are going to find some time, damn it.
Need to think of something else, so
Sorry, that was terrible. Disregard. Just ignore me.
Allie, you need to drink some water.
No, you need to drink more alcohol. This is great. Exactly. Do both.
yes.
Double
Condition met.
fisting.
Should have spit
Oh,
water all over
God.
a keyboard.
Oh.
All right.
Oh my god, Heathcliff, what the fuck?
So,
Get registered because of the high level of squeak. But like Heathcliff!
got lace in his teeth.
Oh my god. Woo! I love you so much. So much.
Felix is like, God, I must really be sweating. These sheets are soaked.
Yeah, they are.
Felix, he like winces out in pain as this happens. And as you're cutting this open, X, you're noticing that he, every time you cut a new one open, that he is struggling a little bit more. Give me a healing roll real quick, X.
Got this. Believe in you. Yeah. Look at this guy. He's a fucking doctor over
Unskilled. You get the sense that you got a 12. You get the sense that these things are actually what's keeping him alive right now. And the more you do this, the more you actually risk killing him.
Axel, stop for a second. Felix, I'm going to keep going.
I don't think I can.
If I cut all of these out, you may die. They're keeping you alive. But I don't think you want these things in you right now.
Can we at least take a break? And then Felix leans off the side of the bed and vomits.
I'm gonna go get some more people to help. Catch your breath. Is Sophie still in here?
Mm-hmm.
Straight in her eyes. Do something. We need your help.
You're muted, hon.
Isn't the fear table?
Hadn't tried to say anything yet. Fear table what now, John?
Doesn't it say that she's panicked and is fleeing as well?
No, she didn't have to roll. She actually passed her vigor save.
That's just you, bud. It's just you.
That's cool.
So
Yeah.
she is not naked and afraid, just naked.
Naked and deeply disturbed, but not afraid.
And she has
She is naked and badass.
fish stuff all between her toes.
Ew.
That's disgusting.
Yeah, I'm just gonna take you down a peg or two. That's fine.
Stop
Maybe
it.
Felix vomited on your feet when he leaned off the bed, too. Even better.
You can spend a penny and say that's what you did. You got one
Why
left.
would you do that? I thought you
Hey.
loved me.
Yeah. So when Felix leaned to the side to puke, he puked right on Sophie's other foot. So one foot is now burned, and the other. You got. Hey! Completely off topic, has nothing to do with what I'm about to say. Sin, what did you guys have for breakfast?
No. I don't want to see chunks of whatever breakfast was all over my feet.
I doubt they had any time to actually cook up a breakfast, so it was like leftover whatever we had from the previous night. So like for a dinner, probably like some heated up potatoes and whatever kind of extra vegetables we can get in.
Okay, so in one foot, you have egg stuff oozing between your toes and burning it. And then the other one, you have like regurgitated mashed potatoes and whatever the hell that mystery meat was you guys ate last night on your
Some
other foot.
spam.
I
Mystery.
thought you loved me. This
You know,
is so
I
bad.
do,
Listen,
but you
when-
deserve
Why
to
do
be
all of you
punished.
hate me so
Listen,
much?
someone paid a
You
Benny
deserve
for
to be
this, so
punished.
we have to oblige the Bennies.
This is
Well,
true.
Megan,
Hmm?
that was pretty fucking rude.
Okay.
Not bad.
So, Tal, you're no longer stunned. Sophie, you're no longer stunned. Tal, as you're kind of standing out there and you're gathering your thoughts and you know, stealing your nerves, Willow is coming back, and she's got a couple of the doctors with her. And she's like, "Hey, dude, you might want to cover that. We're headed back in there. If you know anybody else that could help, maybe find them, but cover that."
Yeah, I'm just gathering my thoughts. I'll be in a moment.
So
And
casually nude. These.
I told you, he's told you
He is
before, it's
comfortable
not a
with
big
his
deal
body.
to the aberrant. It's a big deal to fucking humans.
I know. It's just so funny to me.
You know, if Felix was
well endowed.
presenting the same way that Tal is presenting, he would be more comfortable being naked.
Yeah, you know what? You know, Allie?
Oh, you made Megan leave.
Insulted her manhood.
Fuck you!
As if I haven't also been flirting with Megan. Come on now.
Get Savage, a character gains the benefit of any one edge regardless of requirements for the rest of the encounter. What are you using?
We're crowd.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. So Willow comes back in. She has 3 of the doctors with her. Sophie is wiping her feet off and getting her head in the game. What are you doing?
I see these other people come in, just try to explain the whole situation. Do either of you know how to heal or stabilize anything like that?
Yeah, I mean we all work in the medical field. We've seen all kinds of gnarly incidents.
All right. Well, this is what I've done so far. Pulls up his mask and goes back in and shows him the eggs and shit.
They're like, not sure this is the best way to do this. There's a lot of risk of infection, and those are some pretty large open wounds that we have here. What are we dealing with here?
Dex like points to the ground. Every one of those patches has these eggs in them. The more I cut out, the weaker he gets. He gets weaker. Eggs come out, not their mouths.
Okay, we can. Do you have anything to sterilize your knife or the wounds?
Just no.
Okay, you're gonna kill him by infection by doing this shit like this. Hold on. He looks down at Willow and he's like, "Go get us a bottle of vodka or anything that's high in alcohol content. We're gonna have to go a little bit off the grid here with this, but that one guy that's always on watch, he typically has stuff you can use. All right. First two are going to be support. Second one, or the third one, is going to be the actual role. So none, +2, raise. So okay. So they begin to work on the wounds that are already there and trying to stabilize.
Also, that Desperate Times card I threw down was, of course, to take the same one X did, but the edge that I was going to do was going to be tougher than nails, so I could take one additional wound just in case.
Sure, you could do that. Okay. So
I just got Felix back, damn it.
So they begin like patching up what you have. Willow comes back with a bottle of clear liquor, and they're like, "You," and they're like pointing at Sophie. They're like, "Come over here and push down on his shoulders so he doesn't buck when we pour this on." And they're like, "I'm not gonna lie to you, this is gonna hurt like hell."
Felix already kind of looks like he's fading in and out of consciousness.
Well, let's see. Give me a vigor roll. As they pour this liquor onto this open, gaping wound. Yeah, you pass out. All right. X, go ahead and give me another damage roll. Megan, high or low?
Low.
All right. So that'll leave you shaken from that. So you see his body twitch a little bit. And the doctors are like, "I don't know how much more of this he's going to be able to take. I know your intentions are good with this, but you're killing your friend to try to keep him alive."
We can't just leave these things in him.
I don't fucking... This isn't normal. We don't deal with shit like this. All I know is just from looking at him, he's not going to be able to last too much longer with this. So either find another way or give him time to heal up with this. Do we have any idea what the gestation period is for these things?
We don't know shit about this entire situation.
Well, you may want to take one of those to someone who might. Maybe they can figure something out. But if you keep cutting into him like this, he's going to bleed out right here. Has Tal made it back in yet?
I was gonna ask you, like, how long can he before he is able to recover?
Oh, you're good now. Whenever you're ready.
Is he still wounded?
Who?
How?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, he walks back in, and it's just going to go into before walking in, he slips himself back into battle trance, and then he is going to walk in, and he is just going. Anybody's in his way, he's just pushing out of his way, and he is going to start trying to heal Felix.
All right, so you walk in and there are 3 human doctors that are helping out. You see X there, still holding the little Tonto. You see Sophie like pushing down on his shoulders, and then Felix is just unconscious laying there as the doctors are talking to Tal, and you walk in and kind of just like push your way through the doctors.
All right, yeah, he's gonna put his hands on him and start the glue.
Well then.
I guess that's decent.
Oh my god.
Pretty
40.
fucking decent.
40 with a wound.
Fairly decent.
So what I was gonna say, which I guess doesn't matter at this point, is you're gonna have to spend at least the 10 points on the greater healing.
Okay.
Because of the fact that these wounds are outside of the golden hour.
Okay.
You can spend the 20 points for the severe or the critical injury. But for the type of injuries he has, you would essentially have to roll 1 per hole, basically, for this. Because we're talking about wounds that have fully punctured through and that are the size of pop cans that are now infested with this stuff going on. So,
Well,
yeah.
each one's going to cost him maybe 13. He can do 1 if it costs that much.
So 13 will, with a raise, you heal 2 wounds, right?
Yes.
So you can heal both the wounds that Felix has.
Okay.
But as you do that, you can still see that, like, that doesn't get rid of these eggs that are in him.
Right. The intention is not to get rid of the eggs. That's what X is doing. He's trying to keep Felix alive.
Okay. Yeah. So I mean, with that, you heal him up, and immediately, Felix, you come to, and you feel this like staticky sensation on your back, and as you look over, you see all of Tal.
Again.
He's healing you and touching you, but not with his hands.
Ew.
Stop.
But like, who's got their arm across my back?
I feel like Felix is just laying there out of breath, just not even like reacting to anything right now. He's just recovering.
And the doctors kind of look down and they're like, this is, it doesn't seem to be helping with the other things, but I mean, his pulse feels better already.
Fuck. Sophie.
Yeah.
You've patched a few of us up before. If Tal is healing and you're trying to mitigate the rest, you think you can handle that?
Yeah, I can do it.
Looks over at Tal. That looked like it took a lot out.
I can't do any more right now. At least not in that way. But I can help with the old-fashioned way. And Tal wants to roll to support Sophie's healing rolls, I guess.
or the 3 professionally trained medical physicians that are in the room?
Sounds better. So
You're like, nah,
There's
Sophie.
a few people
See, there's
whose
Sophie, but
dice
also
are
fuck
probably
Sophie,
a
help
bit
them.
higher.
Nah, Sophie,
I mean, Sophie can do anything and everything.
including Tal.
Hey.
But not Felix, I guess.
It has to be something she chooses to do.
Hmm.
Where did that pen just go? I don't know.
Well, I think Sophie knows.
It just hit me in the mouth and then it just disappeared.
Oh.
Oh.
That's what
Well.
Sophie said?
No, stop
I don't-
it.
Phrasing.
I don't think we needed an explanation.
I didn't know you guys went into that much detail with the actions.
Right.
What do these text messages contain? Good lord.
Shh. Doesn't matter. Y'all need to know.
So
Yeah, I need to know.
it's none of your business, sis,
Mind your business, that's all I'm saying.
bitch.
Yeah.
X.
Later.
Everybody's kind of looking to you. What's the next move?
Dex is gonna look back at the 2 doctors. His pulse got better when my friend healed him. But we can do everything with magic. Do you think you can help
We
with
we
just
can
patching him up?
we can do what we can, but this shit ain't normal, man. This isn't how we should be doing this. This is dangerous shit to do. We're here. But this
Can
is
we, like, try to find an aberrant who knows what these creatures are first?
X pulls out one of his shuriken, like scrapes where one of
Had
these
to
eggs
last
was.
both of those.
I only have 2.
Oh, okay. You lost 2.
This is my gun. It shoots 1 bullet. He scoops up one of the eggs and hands the shuriken over to Willow.
she's like,
Yeah, take it to Ava first. See if anyone knows what the hell this is.
Oh, it smells like Felix.
You have a mask. I gave you a mask for a reason.
Beef jerky doesn't smell bad.
Alright. Everyone knows what they're doing then. And I'm gonna try to use my work the crowd to support everyone here.
All right.
I believe in you.
This one's complicated as fuck.
Ah,
Twice per turn, you can use work the crowd to roll an additional die when making a support roll with persuasion or performance. Persuasion.
Okay. I mean, you're only gonna
supports any.
you're only
other
gonna get to
ally.
do one roll of it
Fascinating.
because there's not gonna be 2 things to support. So
Yeah.
go ahead and roll your persuasion and performance, whatever one you want to do.
what the fuck?
What?
She just sent me the weirdest fucking gif I've ever seen in my life.
It's changing the subject.
Yes, it is a spider with maracas.
John got
Then,
that one earlier, too.
All right, so everybody gets a +1.
I'm gonna reroll that one.
Okay.
I love you, but you're a fucking weirdo. I love you so
Okay.
much.
I'm gonna use my work the crowd to reroll that one.
Oh, you get your free reroll with your edge, huh?
Yeah.
Okay.
I guess we're just taking the 5.
Do you want the 3, the 4, or the 5?
I technically can reroll it again because I get 2 with the work the crowd, but I'm just risking it now.
I think you only get 1 reroll for 2 rolls with work the crowd, isn't it? It's basically saying you can support
says-
2 people.
2 additional people. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sophie, you gonna do either a healing roll or a battle roll?
I'm gonna do a battle roll because it's got +2.
Okay. You're typically
think
supposed to do it because it
Also,
makes
the alcohol.
RP sense more so than mechanical sense, but you know,
Meta reasons.
Both
it's
of
cool.
'em.
Because her naked ass is standing there inspiring everybody.
It's
I
pretty
mean,
inspiring.
if you have seen The Shape of Sophie, she is inspiring.
I
Woman is
mean,
gorgeous.
I already told you, X shared the full file with me, so
Well, where the fuck is my version of that whole file?
it specifically says do not send to Allie.
That's
Yeah.
some bullshit, and I would
And
like to say.
it's suspiciously in John's handwriting.
I feel like John
One,
would share that with me,
two,
so that's rude.
3.
Should've
Plus
Anybody who
Only-
has this file and isn't sharing it with me, I love you a little less.
3 plus 4 plus 5, 6 added on to a 7 makes it with a raise. All right, go ahead and do what you gonna do.
Another damage roll then?
Yep.
You can do it. Cut his fucking head off.
I mean, that'll solve the issue.
You don't know that. The eggs could keep growing.
He winces in pain a little
No.
bit. Go ahead and everybody go ahead and roll your support rolls again.
But which roll? The battle roll?
Or healing, whatever you want.
Yeah, okay. We'll do this one.
Go ahead, Sin.
The damage?
Nope, your support roll. There's a new turn. Do you wanna go for better, or are you good with that?
I'll keep it this time.
Okay. So we're at a +6. +7, +8, +9 on a 7. 14, okay. Or 16 rather. I know how to math. Go ahead and roll that damage roll.
Why am I rolling such good damage now? This is amazing.
Stop killing Felix.
And
No.
Felix kind of tenses up when you do that, as you put him in a state of shock almost. Felix, you are shaken. And everybody go ahead and give me one more support roll.
That's my girl.
I have no more pennies.
It's okay. Sophie's got it covered.
I
Yeah,
do.
she got it this round.
I got you.
Just a support roll. That's fine.
Are you gonna use that Benny, or are you gonna let that ride?
Sure, but if I fucking crit fail,
You won't.
okay.
I believed in you.
Are you keeping that 6, Sin?
Yeah, I think they got it this time.
Okay. So we got a +4. +5. And then a 1. Okay. Go ahead and roll that damage roll. And that is a wound.
Yeah,
Stop
I need to
that.
start using this thing more often.
So that's a wound from that one. And as you cut that one open, Felix makes out like an audible, like, and you see like these eggs leak out. And
Nod.
and as you're moving to cut open another one of these patches, you hear someone kind of burst in behind you and says, "If you keep doing that, you're gonna end up killing him." And that's where we're going to end it at for the night.
Stop that.
I did.
No, that's not what I meant, and you know it.
I mean, I just know what you said.
That ain't not. You're so fucking drunk, Ellie. Holy shit, you're slurring so bad.
Only a little bit.
Yeah.
She started off Sodally Tober, too.
Yep.
I sure did.
Sure did.
Yep.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, I reached a point where I was like, okay, I shouldn't have any more, or like, I'll just go full chaos mode on the stream. And Allie hit that point and went, what if I have more?
I hit that point, and then more drinks were brought to me.
You can tell him
Whoa,
no.
slow down, Sin.
I know.
Why
I've
would
been,
I say no when it tastes so delicious?
I've been trying to keep it a little bit slow during the stream.
What?
You've had 2 drinks and a shot.
You're getting carried
Actually,
away
I
over
had
there.
2 shots of tequila before you brought me anything.
You didn't know that. You didn't tell me that.
I didn't know I had to tell you that.
I don't know how to tell you shit.
Bitch.
Please clip that drunken giggle. I need it as a ringtone. Allie texts me and just.
No.
All right. On that note, we did hit our goal for Stream Loot decks, our extended super stretch goal. So I will figure out what we're gonna do as far as with the shirt giveaway, and I'll post about it in Discord. So if for some reason you're watching this and you're not in the Discord, you probably should go in there so you can potentially earn yourself a shirt. So I'll have more info of that probably this weekend. As far as this goes, we will find out what's going on with Felix's children next week.
I hate that. Please never say that again.
It's fine. Sophie found out about Tal's children tonight,
now
so
they're fire flavored.
Yeah, she did. I mean,
spicy children. And on that note, we're gonna rate out to Order of the Dice. Not because they have a cool layout,
of course not.
but
That's never
because
the reason.
I really enjoy their name. And they
their
have a cool layout.
Cliff, you're so adorable. I love you.
I try. All right, that's all I got. Thanks, everybody. Good night.
Nothing. Just